Thank you, James. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District regular board meeting of May 19, 2021. The board will be respecting orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines for the Center of Disease and Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5 p.m. At this time, we are going to start our meeting, and I'm going to call the meeting to order at 3:32 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Freeman?
Here.
Trustee Nellison?
Here.
Trustee Stafford?
Here.
And Trustee Arauz here. I have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. We go to the next item, that is 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on closed sessions items only. Are there any public comments on closed sessions items, Mr.
No,
Bell?
no public comments on closed session, Dr. Rouse.
Okay, excellent, sir. So at this time, the next item is 4.1, is an action item to adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Trustee Nellison,
Second.
Trustee Stafford. Now we're going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nellison,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0, and we are adjourning to close session at 3:34 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. The regular board meeting of May 19, 2021 is reconvening at 5:28 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the
to the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United States of America and to the republic
Republic
for
for which it stands, one
one
nation,
nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll continue with our meeting. The next item, 6.1, invocation. Trustee David Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask for a moment of silence for everybody who's dealing with any COVID-related issues, any mental health issues, dealing with that as well. Just a moment of silence to keep them in your prayers, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. The next item is to go into recess. We are going to recess this meeting at 5:29 p.m. to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. The first item of the California Military Institute is to call to order. We are going to wait a few seconds in order for the time to change to 5:30. Okay, at this time, I'm sorry.
Plug into ESB. I'm sorry.
At this time, I'm going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. First, I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
Trustee Freeman,
Here.
Trustee Nelson,
Here?
Trustee Stafford,
Here,
and Trustee Arauz here. Therefore, we have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. The next item is 3.1, revision and adoption of the agenda for today, May 19. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
second.
Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next, we go into oral reports. 4.1, CMITA President Mitchell Osborne.
Mr. Osborne's not here this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Is okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next item, principals update.
Good evening, President Aro. Great to see you, cabinet members, Superintendent Bennett, and the board members. It's a pleasure to see you again this evening. In the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief. Very excited to report that plans for graduation are well underway, and we're looking forward to another successful graduation for the class of 2021. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the classified staff in the district. We're celebrating a classified employee week, and CMI classified staff has done a wonderful job to keep us afloat in these last 15 months, and we're so grateful to them for all that they have done to keep us moving forward in this truly difficult times. I'm also very excited to report that we have a robust summer school program planned for our students to help them to mitigate some of the learning loss that occurred. And I'm also very happy to announce the third annual transition program for our incoming ninth graders, where we identify eighth graders who are likely to struggle in ninth grade year, and we create a support plan for them over the summer to help them to make that bridge into ninth grade much more successful. Finally, I just want to say that we had our first basketball game in the gym on Monday, and I have never heard so much screaming and shouting and joy from our parents and students. So we're really looking forward to more days like that. I just want to thank all the way from the superintendent to the board members to the cabinet and folks who walk the streets to make this a reality. Very, very grateful and thankful to everybody. I'm very happy for our students and our community. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Principal. The next item, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. We move to our next item, that is the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Stafford. Now, Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's please proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item is also an action item, personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Action item 7.2 is also personnel, new job description and authorization to recruit for the summer programs principals. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item is also an action item, curriculum. California Military Institute Expanded Learning Opportunity Plan for the 21-22 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now we vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item is also an action item, business ratification of revision to the California Military Institute COVID-19 safety plan, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Stafford and Trustee Vallejo. Are there any questions or comments regarding the safety plan? I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Thank you. And we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
I vote aye, but it jumped on to the next point, so I just want to make sure we were talking about the right point. 7.4,
Yeah.
correct?
7.4, that's correct.
Okay, yes, aye for me.
Okay. Trustee Stafford
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now we are going to vote electronically. Thank you, Senator Fetzer. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Our next item, other items by the superintendent, Mr. Bennett.
I'd just like to add what Mr. Milosavljevic was talking about, the gymnasium over at CMI. We held our Citizens Oversight Committee for the bond over there a couple weeks ago, and committee got to walk through this facility and see and they were just in awe of how awesome that building looks, and something that CMI families and community will be proud of for a number of years. So I just want to share that with the board this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Bennett. Other items by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo?
Yes, CMI seems to be doing great. I'm really glad that you guys finally had a basketball game. That's actually really cool. We're slowly normalizing all these things now, so I'm very excited for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Freeman?
Thank you. Yes, I look forward to attending events over there at the new gymnasium. I didn't know about the game already, so I'm gonna have to find out what your schedule is.
You're all very welcome.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Nelson?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I also like to echo what the thoughts of my previous board members that talked. I can't wait to actually get a chance to see the gym in action, and it's been a long time coming. So I really hope to be able to see a game pretty soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford?
As everyone else said, congratulations. This is really a big thing. I'm going to pay attention to the schedule and try to make some games here. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
okay,
Gotta come and cheer.
really a great accomplishment for you and your campus and all of your people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. I just want to join the rest of the board members and congratulate the staff and the students and our principal of CMI for the new gym and for the basketball game. I also want to say thank you to all the staff, teachers, certificated and classified staff members for all your support to our students during this year. Very difficult year, but we got to the end. We are going to have our graduation. Congratulations to the graduates of the class of 2021 at CMI. And congratulations to all the students from CMI who are taking the AP tests. And I wish you the best during your finals and during the AP test. I know that all of you are going to do your best and you are going to do a great job. Good luck and thank you for Mr. Principal, for everything that you do for our students at CMI. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Darrow. I will relay your sentiments.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so now the next action item, is to adjourn the regular meeting of the California Military Institute for today, May 19, 2021. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Stafford. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. And the meeting for the California Military Institute is adjourned at 5:42 p.m. Thank you. So now we are going to go to our regular board meeting. join the meeting. Let me know, Señorita Fetzner, please, once all of us, we have joined the regular board meeting. Are we, all the board members, joined the regular board meeting, Señorita Fetzner?
Trustee Nelson, have you been able to join? Oh, there you go. We're all set.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District is reconvening at 5:43 p.m. And the first item after we reconvene is the revision and adoption of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford
Second.
and Trustee Dr. Freeman, second. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Now we are going to go to the oral reports. 9.1, report out of closed session. Mr. Bennett, please.
No report out of closed session, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. A district update by our superintendent, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Dr. Rouse. We have quite a few items I was going to hit on tonight, but we have some special awards and some special people that are here with us this evening. And I want to turn it over to Kirk Skorpanich to lead us through this part of my presentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Hey, so as Mr. Bennett mentioned, we do have a handful of, not a handful, we have a whole bunch of just amazing people that we get to recognize this evening. And we're going to start with a RAVE award. And I know when I saw her here in the audience of our 57 people that are here, it'd be, if we were in person, it would be a packed house, is Sandra Hernandez, and she's a campus supervisor from Paloma Valley High School. So as I mentioned, it's a RAVE award, and RAVE is an acronym for Recognizing All Valuable Employees, and we couldn't pick a more deserving person this evening than our honoree, Sandra Hernandez, as I mentioned, a campus supervisor from Paloma Valley High School. Most of us became educators because we wanted to make a difference in the lives of our students, and Ms. Hernandez did that and far more. In fact, she literally saved the life of a student recently. So let me share with you what happened. As parents, the thought of a child abduction is a nightmare. Fortunately, it's an uncommon occurrence within our area. However, on May 17th, 2021, Ms. Hernandez was on her morning patrol near the front of Paloma Valley High School campus. She observed a younger student riding his bike through the school's bus loop. And then she witnessed a man in a truck drive up near the student in a peculiar manner. And using her keen campus supervisor senses, she recognized that the man in the vehicle was attempting to snatch the young man. And so without a second thought, she immediately sprang into action. She interceded between the student and the truck, safely bringing the student onto the Paloma Valley campus and remained with the student to ensure his safety. The police were notified and responded quickly, seeking to apprehend the perpetrator. And then most importantly, the student was safely returned to his family. Ms. Hernandez's quick thinking and action stopped a potential tragic event, and she's living proof that not all heroes wear capes. So thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and it's an honor to rave about you. Look at everyone applauding. It's an honor to rave about you and to tell others that I get to work with such an amazing person. And so Sandra also gets a certificate that she has that looks like this. So great job, Sandra. We're very proud of you. And I think she's there. Sandra, are you with us? I know she was earlier.
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
So great job. We couldn't be more proud of you.
Thank you.
So our next group of honorees, it's really appropriate because as mentioned earlier, this week is Classified Employees Week. And so we get to honor our very first group of Aspiring Administrators Academy graduates. And this group, and there's a big group of them here. We've had 40 of them, and they have just been awesome for me to get to know. And they're all amazing, amazing people. And they all come from different districts, and they come from, in a classified world, they all come from different kinds of positions and stuff like that. And so it's been great. The purpose of the Aspiring Supervisors Academy is to train, support, and retain quality classified employees who are interested in becoming classified supervisors, managers, and directors. And then this group of amazing individuals has spent one Saturday a month to learn about the different aspects of being a classified supervisor. In fact, I think they deserve an award just for dealing with me once a month over this last year. So during that time, they've learned about their leadership style and what superintendents expect of classified employee supervisors. They've explored communication skills and learned about district operations, including everything about district budgets, including SAC codes. They discovered ways to deal with difficulties that supervisors encounter. And then finally, they met with human resources administrators from throughout Riverside County who offered insights into everything aspiring classified supervisors want to know and need to know about acing the administrative interview and that next step of getting the position. So it's been a sincere honor to spend time with these awesome classified leaders. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, and you guys don't need to say anything, but they're all here, and each of them is here and each of them has received a really cool plaque that looks like this. In fact, this is Al Winter's plaque. Al, you got to come by our office and go pick it up, man. And you got to wear those cool shoes. You were wearing an employee recognition last week too. But this is Al's plaque, and everyone else is, most of our other participants also received there. So with that, I'd like to recognize our graduates. We have Erica Aceves, and she's a categorical programs clerk from the Perris Elementary School District. Olga Alente, and she's a trainer and bus driver from the New View School District. We have Brenda Arenas, who's our confidential secretary here in the Human Resources Department in Perris Union High School District. Alejandro, or Alex Ayala, is a maintenance worker from the Menifee Union School District. Irina Barrera is administrative secretary for the Romaland School District. Maria Carpenter is the personnel benefits specialist from the Menifee Union School District. Sonia Castaneda is a secretary from the Menifee Union School District. Gio Castillo is a custodian from the Perris Elementary School District. Benjamin Castillo is also a custodian from the Perris Elementary School District. Myra Chavez is our administrative assistant here in our Human Resources Department in the Perris Union High School District. Jason Duarte is a lead custodian in the Perris Union High School District. Alejandra Delgado is an accounts purchasing technician for the New View School District. Christina Duarte is a secretary 2 for the Perris Union High School District. Stephanie Eshragi is our secretary 2 for the Menifee Union School District. Juno Fernandez is our classified employee of the year for the Perris Union High School District and a personnel technician also for the Perris Union High School District. Laura Flores is a personnel technician for the Menifee Union School District. Ricardo Flores is our account clerk 1 for the Perris Union High School District. Liz Frichman is a school site secretary for the Menifee Union School District. Ileana Garcia is office manager for New View School District. Kelly Gomez, buyer for the Menifee Union School District. Tom Hong is our network engineer for here in our IT department in the Perris Union High School District. Sharon Kletzen is a site secretary in the Menifee Union School District. John Albert Lopez is a delivery driver for the Menifee Union School District. Dana Mason is a payroll technician in Menifee as well. Rosalinda Miley is a site secretary and principal secretary for the Romaland School District. Avisag Nunez is a secretary 2 in the Perris Union High School District. Rebecca Robinson is a building secretary for the Perris Elementary School District. Annabelle Rodriguez is a clerk typist 2 for the Perris Elementary School District. Jennifer Rodriguez is a clerk typist 2 for the Perris Elementary School District. Maria Rodriguez is the middle school site secretary for Romaland School District. Josh Rushing is the campus supervisor for the Perris Union High School District. Sandra Sanchez is the administrative secretary for the Romaland School District. Anthony Stafford Jr. is a lead custodian for the Perris Union High School District. Salvador Susetti is a custodian for the Perris Union High School District. Tom Salisbury is a lead custodian in the Romaland Union School District. Angela Thompson is an office clerk in the Menifee Union School District. Zana Thorpe is a registrar 2 for the New View School District. Sonia Tieterman is the personnel technician for the Menifee Union School District. And then Mr. Alphonse Winters, or Al Winters at Pinnacotta Middle School, is our campus supervisor in the Perris Union High School District. So a huge round of applause for each and every one of our classified employees that participated in our first ever Aspiring Supervisors Academy for classified employees. That was just huge. So thank you guys. And it sincerely was a pleasure to work with all of them. And in fact, it was great to have all the different perspectives from all the different classifications, from all the different associations, and they were really, and this year we had to do everything virtually, and they were really interactive, and they made it a treat for me at least. I know that. So you guys are amazingly awesome classified leaders. Thank you. And then last but not least, we have another group of honorees of classified employees that are extra special. And this year we had to pivot at the beginning of the year. Obviously, I mean, that's the understatement of the year. And we modified our professional development days for classified employees, and we did a number of different things. And one of the things that we did is we worked with an outside agency, thanks to Diane Martin, our director over in our educational services department, and we provided all of our clerical classified employees the opportunity to participate in the Southwest Airlines Professional Communication Certification Program. So this was an opportunity for each and every clerical classified employee that wanted to, or even some of our paraeducators did it, where they could participate in this training on their own time and become certified through the Southwest Airlines Professional Communication Certification. This professional certification program focuses on how to communicate effectively in the workplace by addressing topics including time management, written and verbal communication, listening skills, and effectively managing diversity in the workplace. The certification prepares individuals to master key industrial standards, including, for example, digital communication and telecommunications, graphic design, e-commerce, communication styles, leadership styles, and dynamics, customer service, discrimination laws and discrimination in the workplace, citation styles, and presentation types. And each of the participants that were recognized this evening went through the program, and then they actually had to take an assessment and pass the assessment to demonstrate that they were professional communications certified. And that was a huge accomplishment. Many of them did it right away, and some of them took it, pasted at their own time, and they had the entire year to do it. And so each of these individuals completed that certification program, and we're very, very proud of all of them. So with that, we'd like to recognize Charlene Alvarez, paraeducator from Paloma Valley High School, Kristen Brown, paraeducator from Pinacati Middle School, Myra Chavez, administrative assistant from the Human Resources Department, Kim Dixon, attendance tech and health tech from Pinacati Middle School, Rebecca Escobedo, guidance SIS tech and registrar from CMI, Joanne Gonzalez, paraeducator from Paloma Valley High School, Rich Hansen, Account Tech 1 from Liberty High School. We finally get to recognize one of our new Liberty staff. And Patty Martinez, our receptionist and telephone operator here in the best department in the district in our Human Resources Department. So congratulations to all of our Southwest Airlines Professional Communication Certified employees in the Perris Union High School District. We're very, very proud of all of you. So that is it for me, Mr. Bennett. Thanks for giving me some of your time.
No problem, Kirk. Thank you. And it's, just thinking about we're the first ones to run a classified supervisory academy to help the people that want to move up. And this is all Kirk's idea to do that. And the time he's put in, we really owe a lot to him for his efforts to make that happen. I want to share some new, we don't have the kids here to make their presentations. So I want to share a couple things about some things that have happened with some of our students that have been awesome. Our FFA programs at Perris High School and Heritage High School went to the state competition recently. The Perris High School nursery landscape team took second place in the state. Ethan Nearing placed third individually on nursery landscape. The agricultural pest control team from Perris High placed third in the state. So those are all the big winners from Perris High. Then we have at Heritage High, Lana Juarez Sanders, Southern Cal winner and state placement proficiency and star award finalist with their project in horticulture. 4 students were awarded the state's highest degree for their outstanding work on projects: Ryan Sumaya, Elizabeth Fraun, Landon Hendricks, and Sophie Rodriguez. The Heritage High Nursery Landscape Career Development Team placed 5th in the state. Sophie Rodriguez was selected as a member of the state nominating committee for FFA, and she also placed 2nd in state individual nursery landscape. Then we have a former student, but she's still heavily involved, Megan Sumaya, who graduated from Heritage High School last year and is continuing her education at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Ran for California State FFA office, and it was a grueling process, 2 months, 17 interviews, and competed against 80 different candidates. Megan made the cut all the way through it to the final 12. Not only did she make it on the ballot, but she's considered in the top 2, and she's going to be state FFA president. So we're really proud of Megan, what she's done in FFA to continue on with her education, doing that, and what they're doing at both those schools with FFA is amazing. Last Wednesday, we were able to have our employee recognition evening at Paloma Valley High School. Thank you, Dr. Freeman and Mr. Nelson, for being there. It was great to have you join us. Kirk and the Employee Recognition Committee did a great job putting it together. We had the In-N-Out truck there for dinner. And then we had everything bundt cakes there for dessert for everybody. And it was great to be able to, the first time we've been able to get together and honor our people. And it's been a long time. But we did it outside, so we keep everybody safe and trying to do social distancing as much as possible and all those things that we need to do. But it was a great evening, and I congratulate all those winners. Next Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we're having the Student of the Year program. We usually do it at Sizzler, but we can't be inside there, so we're actually doing it at Heritage High School out in the Quad area, and so we can separate people and be able to celebrate our kids that were selected as Student of the Year. June 1st, Tuesday, June 1st, we have our first graduation. That'll be PALS in the mid-morning, and then Perris Lake High School that evening. And then on Wednesdays, Perris High in the evening. Thursday is Paloma Valley in the evening, and Friday is Heritage in the evening. CMI will be in the morning on Friday. So it's going to be a busy week. Pinnacotta going to have a drive-through promotion, but we're excited for the kids. They get a real graduation this year. It'll be in the stadium. We're limiting the number of seats available for each student, but the kids wanted to be able to be with their friends, so they were happy with what we were able to do. And it was brought up already. This is Classified Employee Week. The hidden secret of every district is the classified employees that are the backbone of the schools that make things happen for our teachers. Then it lets our teachers do great things, our administrators do great things, and they're the ones that really shine for our district, make it possible to do the things we do. Sonia Rascala and Al Winters, I see Al there, and the PUHSD action teams were deemed the Community Heroes Shine for the month of April from RCOE. So they were recognized by County Superintendent Edwin Gomez for the great work that they've been doing. So we appreciate them and what they've been able to do for us. It was about 3 weeks ago now, we had the best awards for our employees and also the parents. And we had a copy of winner, Miss Gloria Santa Cruz, a parent at Perris High School, is recognized as the Volunteer of the Year for parents. So we appreciate that. And on the student side, Ms. Trujillo was selected a CMI student, received a scholarship and wrote a great essay that we got to hear. So she's doing some great things. And finally, a little over a week ago, about a week and a half ago, we held our Puma Golf Tournament like we do every year to raise funds to give scholarships to our students. It was the biggest one we've had so far. We had 100 golfers. We were sold out. We couldn't have any more people play. So we're happy we're going to be able to give more scholarships out to our kids. I want to thank Mr. Nelson for coming out and joining us and playing that day. It was a beautiful day. Played some bad golf, but it was fun, and we made some money for our kids. So that's all that I have this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We are going to continue with our meeting, and the next item, 9.3, PSEA President, Mr. Jason Miller. I don't know if Jason is here or he said.
We have a recording for him.
Okay.
As we move into our final month of education in a pandemic, we reflect on nearly a year and a half on a topic that is near and dear to PSEA. That topic is safety, When it comes to safety, our district has made it a priority as well, and we look back on the partnership educators have had with administration to keep all as safe as can be. Examples include the schedule itself, keeping students at home for the sake of not contracting COVID-19. It was a state mandate, of course, but as the pandemic progressed, the district took steps to also prepare for when we would eventually reopen. There's plexiglass in the rooms. There will be extra filters to help keep students and teachers safe in the classroom. Sanitizing rooms and campuses to become a priority. Vaccine clinics for employees and COVID leave for employees that had the unfortunate experience of living the COVID nightmare all contributed to this focus on safety. There has been a certain intentionality, a certain effort to really think about safety as we reopen the schools in the fall. A hybrid schedule for the sake of having a hybrid schedule never materialized, and this is not a bad thing, since the district was able to have a plan for reopening when the time is right for a full face-to-face opening. That time is likely to be August. A hybrid schedule would have likely been messy and not terribly safe. Students and staff can reopen the schools with a fresh start and fresh minds. It will be a new world for teachers and students alike with so much time away from the classroom and now a safer, cleaner educational environment. We are glad that facilities, risk management, and the cabinet have seen fit to be planning during this time to keep all safe rather than waiting until the last minute. We are also appreciative of our CSEA counterparts that implemented this safety plan while educators were off campus. Without them, a plan is just a PDF sitting in a drive somewhere. I cannot remember a 2-year period where healthcare and safety have been on everyone's mind in such a huge way, and it feels like a sigh of relief as we have weathered the worst of it. It is wonderful that educators, classified staff, and administrators rose to the call to keep all safe. Thank you for this time to speak.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Jason Miller, PSEA President, for his message. Next, CSEA President Josh Rushing.
Hello, President. Screen just spazzed. Thank you, Board President Arau, members of the board, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet. 433 days. That's how long we've been since we shut down. We've done a lot in that time frame. I was counting the other day. We've done something like 13 to 15 MOUs regarding safety and everything under the sun. So I kind of wanted to bring that up as a thank you to the district for understanding, like, we need to negotiate effects of classified work and changes that need to be made. With that being said, you guys actually are hopefully going to ratify an MOU this evening for our health and welfare. We're very happy that with the deal we negotiated. Had a little bit of a speed bump internally, but we got it through the process, and the district was working with us real well on addressing the concerns that came up. With that said, we also look forward to continued negotiations. As has been mentioned a few times, this is Classified School Employees Week. Unfortunately, as a chapter, we weren't really able to do much since it's hard to get to everybody. So we're hoping to work out something in the beginning of the year. I might steal the whole in and out semi-truck thing. That's a pretty good idea. Be able to spend time with our members and show them, you've been essential for 433 days. Let's do something big and kind of grandiose. With that being said, thank you for this time, and I hope you guys all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, CSEA President, Mr. Josh Rushing, for your message. The next item, comments by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Vallejo.
Hi, everyone. So I just want to say congratulations to all the employees and students that have been recognized. That is very awesome. Keep on doing your good work. We always see it, and we are more than happy every time when someone gets recognized for their great work. So I'm very excited for you all. I also like how, as a district, are going great decisions for students and staff. very still amazed about how summer school is gonna be doing, and how grad night and how graduation is gonna go. It will be my first time, so and I will be making a speech. So I am very, very excited how we are moving as a district and how everything we are accomplishing during the pandemic. So that is very rewarding, and I hope everyone stays safe. And that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd echo what Ms. Viejo has said, but I'd also like to add, I'm looking forward to this pandemic ending. There's a thing about not being able to teach an old dog new tricks. I don't know how many times I've had to come back to my house to get a mask. I do have one thought. I was talking to Mr. Bennett about this the other day. When everything is back to normal and these spectacular extending efforts that we've made for safety, I have to wonder, is plexiglass recyclable? We have seen everywhere we go, plexiglass. I can't imagine it being stored in a sterile area. And I don't know if it's recyclable, or are we going to have one heck of a full landfill when this is all said and done. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dr. Freeman. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Dr. Rouse. I would like to echo what Ms. Vallejo said as well, and congratulations to everybody who was honored here today. That's a great accomplishment, and to go through the program that you guys were doing and the district putting on that program, that's awesome to see. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Bennett said about the Puma golf tournament. It was a lot of fun. I saw Dr. Good on the Google Meet earlier. We missed him at the golf tournament as well, though. So it was unfortunate to not be able to see him out there golfing. But anybody who gets a chance to participate in the golf tournament in the future should really consider it. It's a lot of fun, and we raise a lot of money for the kids and scholarships. And lastly, but definitely not least, is last week Wednesday the employees of the year, the employee recognition that went on. It was awesome to see a lot of the teachers and classified staff and administration from around the district getting recognized for the awesome work that they do. It's really good to see that, and good to see the great turnout from Perris. Perris High School definitely made themselves known there, so that was awesome to see as well. And I don't know if Mr. Skorpanich, who continually talked about the best office staff with the HR, but it was good to see a lot of the office staff get recognized as well for the job they do, and that's cool. So that's it for me, and I hope everybody has a great rest of May, and we will see you right before graduation.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford.
I'd just like to say a big thank you to Mr. Skorpanich for dealing with the classified leaders, the outstanding effort that you put out to have that training. I mean, that's really was a huge goal, and you made it really something for them, and I'm sure they will all appreciate that. Secondly, Sandra Hernandez, our hero. I used to work with her. We were co-workers over at Heritage High School. I didn't know she had moved to Paloma, but really great to hear of things happening, us looking out for each other and being safe. If we could continue that through the school year, upcoming summer school, I mean, it's really going to be a great thing. Also, we had the CMI meeting already, but their gym is done, and great job there. And just want to thank everyone for being patient and really doing what is qualified. I mean, what you really need to do to make things work. And it's shown throughout the county, throughout the cities, and people have been very, very nice. And I appreciate everyone. And thank you. Have a good evening. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. I just would like to add and say congratulations also to Ms. Sandra Hernandez for her award, and to all the graduates from the Aspiring Classified Supervisors Academy. Thank you also to Mr. Skorpanish, and thank you to Mr. Bennett and your leadership developing this program. Great job, and thank you for supporting also our future leaders. I want to say congratulations to our students from the FFA, from Perris High School and Heritage High School for their wonderful performance at the state level. You did awesome, and we are very proud of all of you. Congratulations and happy Classified Appreciation Week to all of our classified staff members. You are amazing, and thank you for all your support to our students in our district. I'm looking forward to learning about the specifics of our reopening in-person classes for summer school and for the next semester. I'm really excited to finally being able to provide this opportunity to our students. So I would like to, I know that we are getting a presentation about the specifics, right, on the reopening in person. And this is great. I want to say also congratulations to all of our graduates, to all of our seniors of our high schools. We are very proud of you. You have persevered and you have shown your resilience to being able to get to this level and to graduate. And I'm looking forward to the graduations that we are going to start on June 1st. To all of our students in our district in general, I wish you the best during your finals that you are going to start taking at the end of this month, and also during your AP tests. I know that you are going to put a lot of effort, and you are going to do well. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to continue with our meeting, and the next item is 10.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments, Mr. Ben?
No public comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Okay, thank you, sir. We continue with our consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson and Trustee Dr. Freeman. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Araux. Aye. Now let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. We are going to continue with our oral reports. And item 12.1, distance learning and cohort update.
Thank you, President Raux and the board. I think Mr. Alzabady is going to pull up this presentation for me. I'll give him a moment to do that. And it is wonderful to be presenting to you some good news that we've seen a steady decline for. So next slide, please, Mr. Alzabady.
He hasn't moved much, has he?
Next one. So as you're all aware that we have now moved into the orange, that we have an adjusted rate of 2.8 and a current rate of positive tests of 1.6. This is great news for all of us. It is exciting as we move towards the summer school that we're anticipating, and we're going to be presenting that to you. That's really our big presentation tonight. But it's connected to this because we'll be able to do that in person with safety measures that we'll outline. It's just really great news to kind of be getting back to normal and saving lives. So if we go to the next slide. We have currently hospitalized only 54 people in the county and only 11 in ICU beds. So that is just a wonderful thing for us as a county. And, it's wonderful for our students and families. So we wish them all health. And it's such a encouraging sign. The next slide, please. Way back a while ago, you asked us to kind of break down the various areas of our district, and Perris has a 95 individuals in the 4-week increase. Menifee 115, Good Hope 8, Homeland 4, Lake Matthews 7, Mead Valley 14, Nuevo 15, and the Roma land is covered up there, but there we go, 0. That's right. So again, these are very small numbers that we have not seen the likes of in quite a while, and it's just so encouraging to present these to you, especially when we're here to talk about how we're going to get students back and create some normalcy for them. If we could go to the next slide. This good news is largely as a result of the vaccination programs that have occurred. I want to thank again Ms. Raines and her entire department for giving our employees and so many people access to vaccination through the clinics that we've done. But we now have a vaccination rate of 39.7. So we are hopefully that will keep rolling and that people will choose to get vaccinated and be healthy. And I know that we're now entering a phase where students 12 to 16 may be eligible for vaccination. So that's a great thing for our students as they return to school. The next slide, please. I'm not going to read this entire slide to you all. You're familiar with it before, but we had to reiterate that on March 1st, the governor asked us to reopen and provide extra social and emotional supports. We began opening at that time with cohorts and the hybrid model. And on April 7th, we moved into the orange tier that we're now currently in. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see an overview of what we have provided, starting back in February 9th with phase 1, and then March 9th with phase 2, March 23rd, phase 3, as we expanded those cohorts out. And then on April 12th, we invited our seniors back, any of those that wish to come in for that extra support in person, if they wanted that opportunity to get out of their home and begin that journey back to normalcy. So we've ramped that up. But again, I think it's been a challenge for many of our students and many of our families. And now we're coming to a phase where we really think they're ready to come back for something truly significant. This marks the end of this presentation. Again, it's a very short blast that kind of sets up the summer school and the return to school for next year presentation. That's really the meat of tonight's event. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But this is just kind of a quick review of information that we've provided to you monthly over the past several months.
Thank you, Mr. Brough. Do we have any questions from the board members?
No questions from me. No.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
We are going to continue with our meeting, and the next item is 13.1, General Functions, Resolution number 22, 2021, Trustee Compensation for Missed Meetings, Trustee Stafford. So how do we proceed here, Mr. Bennett?
We're going to have to ask Mr. Stafford to step out of the meeting for a few minutes. So, thank you, Tony.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Okay, now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now we are going to vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was for.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Stafford, nobody can abstain for him.
Well, that's true. So that means that we already voted, right?
We did. He can come in and abstain for himself if he needs to, since we've already voted.
I just called him.
Okay.
He's going to jump back into the meeting right now.
Okay, so he can vote and then we can proceed. Since I'm not able to see everybody on the screen, Señorita Fetzner, will you please let me know when Trustee Stafford joins the meeting? Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, do we need to call him?
I did call him. I'll give him a call again. Okay, let me let Anna. Anna, it's saying he needs to be let back into the meeting.
Okay, it seems he is already back. And
No, he's
No?
not back yet. No.
No? Okay.
Let me.
Because I'm seeing now here on the IC board that he abstained on.
Yes, Dr. Rossi's not back in the Google Meet yet, though, so we might
Oh,
have to wait.
okay.
I don't have a notification for him.
Okay, welcome back, Mr. Stafford. Is here. Okay.
We're ready.
Mr. Stafford's back, Dr. Rouse.
Yes, thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And action item 13.1 is being approved, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. We continue with our meeting, and the next item is 13.2, personnel, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now we are going to proceed to vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.3 is a personnel action item, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.4 is also a personnel action item, resolution number 23 of the 2021 school year, short-term custodians to perform specified services funded through COVID-19 funds at a total cost not to exceed $650,000, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford
Second.
and Trustee Vallejo. Are there any comments or questions regarding this action item? No? Okay. So we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Let's proceed to vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.5 is also a personnel item, resolution 24 of the 2021 school year. Short-term computer technicians to perform specified services funded through various facilities funds at a total cost not to exceed $59,000, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Stafford and Trustee Nelson. We're going to vote, please. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.6 personnel item, declaration of need of fully qualified educators for the 21-22 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. And upon a roll call being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item is an action item, also personnel, memorandum of understanding between the Perris Union High School District and the California School Employees Association and its chapter Perris Valley 469 regarding the health and welfare benefits. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Are there any questions or comments regarding this action item? Hearing none, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. And upon an electronic roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.8 is a curriculum action item, also amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Paper Education Company, incorporated for online tutoring and essay review services, funded through various COVID-19 funds and in the amount of $254,590, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and Trustee Nelson. And now, are there any questions or comments regarding paper.com? No questions, okay. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Here. Aye.
thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Upon a roll call electronically vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.9 is a curriculum action item, multi-year agreement with Elevation, incorporated for the purchase of the Elevation platform and Elevation strategies funded through Title III in the amount of $126,473.88, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford
Second.
and Trustee Vallejo. Do you have any questions or comments regarding elevation? Okay, I just want to say thank you to our district for implementing this platform elevation to support our English learners. I'm assuming, right, it's for ELs since I'm seeing Title III, right? That's how we are paying for that. And thank you for doing that. We have a significant percent of our student population are English learners, and definitely this platform and the elevation strategies are going to help them in their educational goals. So thank you for doing that. Okay. So let's see, any other comments? We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was 5-0. The next item is also an action item, curriculum 13.10, modification number one to agreement IN 731 with Riverside County Superintendent of Schools for an increase to career technical education services funded through the Local Control Accountability Plan supplemental and concentration funds in the amount of $114,969.56 annually, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And Trustee Nelson. Any questions or comments about this CTE? No. Okay, so we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item, 13.11, curriculum, master agreement IN 764 with Riverside County Superintendent of Schools for career technical education services funded through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and the Local Control Accountability Plan, supplemental and concentration funds in the amount of $118,318.19 annually, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Stafford and Trustee Nelson. Are there any comments or questions regarding this agreement, master agreement? We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. And now let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Our next item is action item also 13.12, curriculum, expanded learning opportunity plan for the 21-22 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Nelson.
I'm sorry. I heard Trustee Vallejo, second? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Trustee Stafford and Trustee Vallejo.
No.
Trustee Nelson?
Trustee Nelson.
Trustee Nelson, first motion, and Trustees Vallejo, the second. Okay.
Dr. Rouse, with this one, we have a presentation because of the plan that we're putting forward. So I'm going to ask Mr. Bruff and his team to give you the rundown how this is going to go through.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Good evening, President Aux and the board. It's a genuine pleasure to present the Extended Learning Opportunity Plan to the board this evening. I know that's often a phrase like it's a genuine pleasure, but this is truly a pleasure because we get to outline for you, and many times you've asked, what are we doing with some of these extra dollars? And we have a phenomenal plan to present to you tonight. It's an understatement to say that the pandemic has been a truly awful experience for all of us. But these one-time dollars that we are receiving through COVID funding are a real blessing. They afford us the opportunity to do some things for next year and maybe a few more years that are truly marvelous for our students and our families. You've been provided the Extended Learning Opportunity Plan, and you'll vote on that tonight. But that's kind of a bureaucratic document that we present to the state. This presentation is kind of an overview for you and the community that we serve and your constituents on that highlight the wonderful things that are outlined in that plan. However, tonight's presentation is unusual in one respect. The ELO plan, Expanded Learning Opportunities, is designed to be extra resources and services in response to the COVID experience of the last year. This ELO plan is due to the state on June 1st, which means that we had to get it to you in this May board meeting. However, at the June 7th board meeting, we'll be presenting the LCAP plan to you, which is where we outline what we would regularly do and all the exciting things that we have planned with our traditional funding. But to a certain extent, you're getting the icing today before you get the cake. You're getting the extra stuff before we present to you the normal stuff. So tonight's presentation represents all the things that are add-ons with these temporary dollars to the already wonderful things that we need to do. For that reason, we've structured tonight's presentation around the 4 LCAP goals, but we are not covering them chronologically. Instead, we'll begin by outlining the truly robust summer school opportunities for the summer. This summer program is far more significant than anything we've ever offered before. We will then move to goal 3 and talk about the ELO resources directed towards student mental health and wellness, social emotional supports. And then we will end with additional academic supports that will happen as a result of these temporary funds that ELO has afforded us. So with that, I want to hand you over to Director Zero, of directors who will present tonight. And this team has worked tirelessly to bring some truly great services to our students. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Zero, who's going to jump into summer school.
President Rao and board members, Superintendent Bennett and Cabinet. Emil, if you could go ahead and advance to slide 3 for me. And just like Mr. Bruff said, we presented to you all about a month ago about our summer school plan. What we were going to be able to provide for our students. And actually, Emil, if you could go back to the previous slide. What summer school looks like. So we've never been able to provide the opportunities that we're able to provide this year due to this additional some of that COVID relief. So we have more student opportunities than ever before. We've already had over 2,000 students register for summer school. And what's exciting is we have teachers excited to see students, and we have enough to support that during time to recover credits, get caught up, really focus on, reacclimating back in school. And that's where we see the opportunities for some wellness support with counselors. We have a counselor dedicated. We also will have core classes as well as elective courses provided, which our elective courses, most of the time we're only really with our core classes. Tutoring available for our students during classes as well as after the class day. Students that do qualify for transportation during the normal school year. And then we'll also have additional paraeducators dedicated to help support we'll talk more about what that looks like as we move through the presentation. Next slide, please. And as we know, things are shifting. Things are definitely looking better for us in regards to the COVID numbers, but we want to be prepared with going into that first day of summer school. We anticipate that we're going to be able to, from now we're starting summer. We will be having smaller class sizes, and we will be using the plexiglass, social distancing with students to be in that face-to-face setting. If for some reason we do have to pivot, we do have scenarios set up, as we talked about when we presented the summer school plan last month, is that we the hybrid to move into that full distance learning. Next slide, please. We have the registration for our students and the numbers at each of our campuses. Perris students as our comprehensive high schools, which really warms my heart that they're excited to come back and really see their teachers and recovery completed over the summertime. But you'll see as a district total for the comprehensive high schools, and that also of about 1,904 students at the comprehensive sites. Of those 1,904, 200 are in, and 38 of those students at the comprehensive school are special ed. And then you'll see we'll also have programs at both Penn never offered summer school in this capacity. So we're really excited to see 150 of our students coming back to operate within, be able to rotate through different supports from the different content areas. They'll get a taste of a little courses rules. And then California Military Institute, they'll be able to support our students in our comprehensive high school. And advance to the next slide. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to about what the special education look like over the summer.
You're not coming through, Mr. Alzabady. Hello? We're still not hearing you.
I hear him.
Well, I can jump in. So I'm Dr. Cassandra McNair, the coordinator of special ed. And so we are offering a variety of options for our special education students for this summer, and we're really, really excited about it. We have our extended school year that we offer each year, in addition to expanded learning opportunities for all students. Next slide, please. So extended school year is a requirement of the individualized education plans, or our IEPs, and it addresses the regression or recruitment of our students. And so this is something that our IEP teams determine if extended school year is necessary due to these two factors. And historically, we have offered extended school year to every student that qualifies, either mild, moderate, or moderate to severe. And we use we employ the assistance of our special education staff and related service providers to provide the support for these students, specifically addressing the regression and the recoupment of our students. Next slide. Mr. Alzabady, do you have audio? Nope. So our expanded learning opportunity is going to assist our special ed students in accessing opportunities for credit recovery, as well as supporting their IEP goals. Now, what is different between extended school year and the expanded learning opportunity is that it is providing us the opportunity to serve our special education students who, one, either didn't join a cohort in the 2021 school year, who missed some time during the end of the 1920 school year. And basically, it's providing them the opportunity of a soft launch into school. The reason that we're calling it an expanded learning opportunity is because these are students that do qualify for special education, but may not have access to extended school year because they do not experience the regression nor the recoupment concerns as determined by the IEP team. One of our favorite things about the expanded learning opportunity is that it is a soft launch into school. It's a time for students to have a chance to recover some credits. It's a time for them to have some social interaction. And we're just really excited to be able to provide this expanded learning opportunity at the same time as summer school. Also, will provide the service providers time to conduct in-person assessments as well as services. The next slide. Now, I bet you're wondering, you've talked about extended school year and the extended learning opportunity, but what is the difference? Well, those students that qualify for extended school year in the morning, we can't double dip and take that time from extended school year to say, well, this is extended time when students already qualify for it. So what we have the opportunity to offer them is an extended day that's going to look more like a full day of school, where students will have their extended school year in the morning and their extended learning opportunity in the afternoon. And so again, this is going to provide us that opportunity, especially for our moderate to severe students who have only been in school for a few hours, if they were a part of a cohort, or if they're just joining, in-person instruction for the first time. It is a soft launch. So to recap, the special education offerings for the summer, it's three options. It's the extended school year, or it's the expanded learning opportunity, or it is extended school year and the expanded learning opportunity. So we have three distinct things for our special education students to provide them services as they softly launch back into the school setting.
Well, we've kind of outlined the significance of this summer school, and we're going to turn our gaze towards students returning in the fall. And these COVID dollars have placed a particular importance on student mental health, social emotional supports. And I think in prior years, as I started my career, we kind of put academics over here and behavior over here, and there wasn't a lot of talk about wellness. Thank goodness that's changed. We understand, just as we do as parents and people, as we support our own families, that students' wellness, mentally, socially, emotionally, is at the center of everything. And if they are supported in their wellness, then their behaviors will be positive. And if they feel comfortable and safe, they will thrive academically. So this graphic is kind of one that weaves through the entire presentation tonight. And it's nice to turn this over to Dr. Garcia, who is so passionate about student wellness and LCAP goal number 3, which is all about safety for our students. So Dr. Garcia, take it away.
Good evening. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can.
Wonderful. Emil, can you advance to the next slide? Good evening, board, President Dr. Arauz, board members, Superintendent Mr. Bennett, and cabinet members. The consequences of the pandemic will become a reality as we reopen our schools in the fall. Our students, families, and our staff experienced a health scare. The trauma that they will bring with them will need to be addressed by social workers, counselors, and support staff. We will have to work together and support one another. This evening, I will share our plan for Goal 3 and what we believe to be the foundation to everything we do for our students, our families, and staff in the upcoming school year. Can you advance to the next slide? Thank you, Emil. Research shows that social and emotional learning is a way to support the whole child and equip students for success. Research shows that SEL can lead to improved academic achievement, health, and well-being. However, there are differences and inequalities such as disabilities, poverty, and discrimination that act as barriers to students' social and emotional development. Karen Namey, Castle President and CEO, states, "There is no system better than education to fight against inequities." She further expressed that as a system, we need to move in supporting all students and adults, building on interests, helping to create positive identities, eliminating biases, strengthening relationships across all communities, and creating a space where all individuals can thrive. As a result, we're moving towards the alignment of the MTSS and Equity Committee goals, specifically taking a closer look at incorporating the personally responsible SEL, such as good character, helpful in his or her community, participatory SEL, such as our students engaged in clubs and organizations, and SEL from an equity lens, such as analyzing socio-political forces and taking action to create learning experiences that support diversity and tolerance. The work will focus on moving from inequality, that is identifying unequal access to opportunities, towards justice, fixing the system to offer access to tools and opportunities. It is essential to identify and address the barriers that prevent individuals from thriving and achieving. Emil, can you go to the next slide, please? One approach that's gained increased attention is that of wellness centers, and I'm very excited about this concept. District-wide, there will be a wellness center housed on each school site. Each site administration will have the opportunity to design their wellness center to address the social, emotional, and mental wellness needs. The wellness center will be a peaceful space designed to help students, families, and staff relax and be mindful in order to reduce stress through their educational journey. The centers can feature low lighting, comfortable seating options, and a variety of stress-relieving resources. Students can use puzzles, use Play-Doh or Silly Putty, and noise-canceling headphones to address some of the stress that they are dealing with. The Wellness Center's objectives overall will be to provide support services and activities that fall under Tier 1, universal supports for all students, Tier 2, targeted supports, and Tier 3, intensive supports. They will serve as a link to connect all students, focusing on the most vulnerable students and their families to assess basic needs. They will provide support to students in crisis to help them manage their stress, family issues, and chronic health issues. They will link students with the social worker and providers in the community. They will create a space to share wellness tips and support the school and the district in following the continuity of learning plan, and they will provide support for our staff wellness as well. And if we can go to the next slide. Each wellness center will be staffed with a social worker and social worker interns. In addition, site counselors and local community-based organizations will collaborate and coordinate services for our students and families from a tiered approach. I do want to pause for just a moment and thank the board for approving the social workers in the last board meeting. I know the sites would agree when I say how grateful we are to have this added support to assist us with the healing process of our students, our families, and our staff. With immense gratitude, we want to say thank you.
Yes.
That being said, the social workers will oversee the wellness center's daily operations. They will become a member of each school site staff, providing classroom consultation and behavior modification strategies during collaboration time, PLC, SSTs, 504s, and SART meetings. They will review the referrals they receive, and they will triage the referrals amongst the social worker and the social worker interns. They will be involved heavily in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 support services. In addition, we'll also focus on prevention. And this year, for the first time, our social workers will connect with a list of identified students from each site prior to the start of the school year in an effort to connect with families, build those relationships, and engage our students and really let them know that we really truly care and we want them to be successful. The social worker interns will offer the same support as our social workers in terms of assisting with the center's daily operations. They will be a vital part of the school site staff and participate in meetings on campus. In addition, the interns will connect with families, scheduling appointments for families to meet with the social workers. They'll provide support services and follow up with the students. They will also serve to connect families with resources within the community. Our site counselors will also be a critical component to the wellness centers. They will collaborate and coordinate services in providing Tier 1 support. They will remain connected with their students that are referred, and they will follow up with their caseload. Our counselor said it best. They know their students, they've established relationships with them, and they want to be included in the process, and we agree. Emil, can you go to the next slide, please? In Tier 1, universal support strategies and activities, these are the foundation for the entire framework. Tier 1 encompasses the entire school with core instruction and basic interventions. This structure helps to build positive relationships between staff and student. It includes proactive classroom management strategies aimed at creating a supportive atmosphere. A Tier 1 and Tier 2 approach is the practice of mindfulness. Research has shown that mindfulness has a positive impact on physical and emotional well-being. When students and staff experience chronic stress, it negatively impacts their motivation, performance, and well-being. Pinacati Middle School will implement a mindfulness program for Tier 1 and Tier 2 students. Mindfulness will also be offered to the staff. The program will guide participants in a journey by building up their resilience, skills through the practices of mindfulness and self-care. And can you go to the next slide, Emily? Another Tier 1 approach we're offering to our students is a field trip to the Museum of Tolerance. We're planning this meaningful opportunity for all of our 7th and 9th graders to experience the Tolerance Center and Holocaust program. It is a 3-year program that will engage our students in interactive exhibits that expose dynamics of prejudice and discrimination historically and today. Classroom lessons and discussions will lead up to the field trip. Following the field trip, equity forums will be scheduled to provide a safe space for students and staff to reflect on their experience, to share the impact with one another, and voice their suggestions for next steps on embracing individuality, diversity, and tolerance. The Museum of Tolerance also offers virtual professional development that is free for our educators to support schools in advancing anti-bias education, inclusion, and equity. And Emil, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. To ensure equitable access to supports, the district mental wellness resource page has been available and will continue to be available for all of our students and their families. Ripple Effects and Thrively are web-based programs that provide SEL lessons and support to address non-academic barriers to success. Both of these resources have been vital in supporting students' social, emotional, and mental wellness needs during this pandemic. If you recall, Ripple Effects provides personalized SEL and behavioral support with over 400 topics in which students can explore. Thrively provides SEL lessons aligned with the 5 CASEL competencies. We will use these programs with more intentionality throughout Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and potentially use the MTSS release period as a means of implementation. Emil, can you go to the next slide? As a district-wide effort, each site will have an MTSS release period. A certificated staff member will coordinate SEL lessons with the focus on CASEL competencies and mental wellness activities. Research shows that students participating in SEL programs demonstrated improved classroom behavior, an increased ability to manage stress and depression, and had better attitudes about themselves, others, and school. The research also shows that district-wide SEL implementation is the most effective and sustainable when it starts with the adults first. Emil, can you go to the next slide? According to Dr. Jolie Hood, teachers with stronger SEL competencies have more positive relationships with students, they manage their classrooms more effectively, they have lower stress and increased job satisfaction, and implement SEL programs for students with greater fidelity. 3 professional development opportunities have been created to build capacity for social and emotional learning among students and staff with Dr. Jolie Hood through Thriving University. The first that we scheduled was Taking Time to Breathe. That was scheduled May 14th, and another one is scheduled May 21st of this current year for our classified staff district-wide. We thought it would be a great way to celebrate our amazing classified staff during Classified Appreciation Week by providing them with three hours of self-care. During this training, our staff learned strategies that have been shown to strengthen performance, the ability to focus attention, and just overall physical and psychological well-being. More Better Days training is scheduled next year for certificated staff. During this training, our teachers walk away with key ideas about belonging and behavior and research-based strategies to help themselves and their students learn how to identify and calm their emotions. They'll learn how to focus their attention and strengthen self-management skills. They will also learn that language matters and how the words we use can impact the student behavior and achievement. Lastly, the SEAL Champions is a 7 full-day training that will be scheduled for site MTSS committees this next year. The year-long course is designed for our teachers, counselors, and administrators who are committed to becoming a champion for SEAL and leading training at their sites. Throughout the year, they will have the opportunity to implement strategies learned, share best practices, and lead training at their site. And Emil, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Many of our students who will return this next year are going to fall in Tier 2 and Tier 3. We know that some of our students will need a little extra assistance in meeting the social, emotional, and behavior goals. And it is in Tier 2 that these individuals will receive that help. And oftentimes, those supports are in the form of small group settings, We also know that some of our students will have significant challenges that will not respond to the interventions in either Tier 1 or Tier 2. Tier 3 gives these students that individualized support that they need. Examples of our students who would benefit from Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions include at-promise students in the re-entry process and those categorized as foster youth and McKinney-Vento. Now, the term at promise is new, not too relatively new. AB 413 Education at Promise Youth was passed mid-October of 2019. It replaced the term at risk when describing youth facing social and economical challenges with at promise. This led to changing the conversation from creating an expectation of failure to one of prosperity. And let's be honest, replacing the term doesn't mean anything if it's not followed by action. Now is the time to change the culture of how we embrace students, embrace in the sense of belonging and the sense of welcome. We have to send the message that regardless of your history, there is a place for you. And as we welcome our students and families back through the re-entry process, they will have the opportunity to meet with a district social worker to create a support plan. The social worker will act as that liaison and will reintroduce the student back to their school site. They will connect the student and family to the social worker in the wellness center at the site to begin the assessment process and establish a treatment plan and ensure that the student and the family are successful. We want our families to know that they are not alone in this process. Next slide, please. Staff will also coordinate resources available to our foster and McKinney-Vento students and families, as well as encourage families to really get involved and educate them on how to navigate through that educational system. And we know that for many of them, this is a big challenge. Staff will provide assistance and connect foster and McKinney-Vento youth to specific resources to support our foster and McKinney-Vento youth families. They will maintain consistent connection, communication, and follow-up, and they will assist in an effort to increase student and family wellness, school connectedness, attendance, and graduation rates. Next slide. Thank you, Emil. To strengthen the experience of our at-promise youth, they will have access to mentoring programs. Research shows that when we connect at-promise students with adults who have a caring heart, are willing to listen and say, "I'm here for you," students will excel, and it makes a big difference. These positive interactions will provide students with personal connection. It will help them feel like somebody supports them, somebody cares about them. It will increase students' self-esteem and improve student motivation. Ultimately, these connections will help students to perceive school, their teachers, the support staff, their schoolwork in a positive light. Next slide, please. To ensure their success, at-promise students will also have access to social workers or social worker interns or both, who will provide individual and group support in the following focus areas: chronic absenteeism, response to trauma, bullying, anxiety, general health concerns, behavior management, self-medicate to support to not self-medicate, cutting, grief and loss, and substance abuse awareness. Additionally, we will continue to contract with support service providers to provide individual, group counseling, and social skill instruction. We will continue to work with Blue Water, which provides the alternative to suspension programs at Pennicotty Middle School and Perris High School. Positive Solutions, which provides substance abuse awareness and good decision-making counseling. We are also adding 1 4-hour Saturday substance abuse awareness course a month. Reach Out, which will provide mental health modules to address self-harm, and Tina Holt Recovery Program, a counseling service that provides support in substance abuse prevention and decision-making. We're currently looking into a teletherapy as a tier 3 intervention. Now, teletherapy refers to therapy that is provided by a licensed and a certificated therapy via a secure video connection. Some of the benefits of using teletherapy include that it's convenient. You don't have to leave your home. We know that students love technology. Comfort levels, some students may feel more comfortable on the screen. Families will have access to providers that they typically wouldn't have otherwise, and built-in social distancing. So we all know with the recent World Tech Health concerns due to COVID-19, teletherapy has become a popular and very successful service delivery model, and it just keeps everyone safe. Now, research shows that social and emotional factors have the strongest impact on academic learning, affecting motivation and commitment, behavior, and performance. Specifically addressing these components can change how much and how well everyone, including students, families, and staff, thrive and achieve. The pandemic allowed us to reimagine how our schools function, to create a balance between academic, behavior, and wellness to address the whole child. It solicited creativity in our approach to serve vulnerable students. It also provided an opportunity to enhance existing partnerships and establish new ones while creating extended learning opportunities. With that, I'm going to hand it back over to you, Mr. Breff.
Well, I want to thank Dr. Garcia. You can sense the warmth that she exudes and the caring that she exudes. It's part of our mission statement as a district. Again, we have these 3 approaches between wellness, behavior, and academics. And I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Zerold, who's going to focus on the academic supports. And I know that was a lot of information, but it actually just touched the tip of the iceberg for all the things that we'll be doing for student health next year. So thank you again, Dr. Garcia. And I'm going to ask Ms. Zerold to jump in to some of the exciting things that are going to happen with academics in the fall.
All right, thank you. Emil, go ahead and move it to the next slide for me. I think we're most excited about being able to talk about face-to-face instruction again, and how excited we are to have students back on campus But knowing that there's a lot of work that has to be done for our students after not being in front of teachers for the whole year, there's a lot of academic support that's going to be necessary. And we also know that there's some families that are still not sure if they want to have their kids come back on campus. There's still some fears. And so we're working on accommodating both sides of the house when we look at the face-to-face instruction versus a distance learning. We have sent out a survey to our families. We sent that out last week, and it's open till next Friday, or this coming Friday. And currently we have almost 2,000 responses from our families. Of those 2,000 responses, or actually about 2,100, and of those 2,100, 2,000 want to come back face to face, and we have about 115 students that would like to have the distance learning option, which we will be able to provide for students. Can you go ahead and advance it to the next slide, Emil? And it's also important that we keep this in mind. Although we don't ever want to have to relive this situation again, we do have to be prepared for it in case there is a situation where we do have to pivot back into this scenario. And so depending on what the public health guidelines are when we start school, we'll be abiding by those, and we'll be looking at the different models of instruction based on what that's going to require of us. Next slide. And then when we get to actually be face-to-face with students, it's going to be really important to address that learning gap that occurred this year. And so we will be providing additional instructional time for our students that need that support and credit recovery opportunities, as well as getting caught up on just the knowledge base. And we'll be doing that through 0 periods, 8th periods, Saturday school opportunities. We'll also have some additional sections available to support students towards graduation, as well as recovering some of those students that may have had some issues with maintaining those courses that they need to meet the A to G requirements. We will also be using 7 release sections for instructional coaching, and that will really help support students in the core academic areas as well as EL. And that's really designed to not only provide support for students, but also to allow for some collaboration and professional development with our teachers to help with this learning gap that's going to exist when we come back. We'll also be hiring additional paraeducators and tutors designed to help the at-risk students. We'll also be setting up learning centers for students that will provide those extra tools and resources. They can access that during class time if that's something that the teacher is willing to work with. We'll also allow for that to be open and supporting students during lunchtime, potentially after school, if there's opportunities to be able to staff after school as well. And then also providing more collaboration time for our general education teachers and special education teachers to really work together and collaborate to support those students that are struggling and are at risk and need that extra intervention support. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at just the MTSS academic side of the house, we're really looking at credit recovery, specialized academic instruction and support, and targeted support strategies. And this really focuses around how we use our credit recovery programs and our staff to support students that have credit recovery needs. And that again will take place using some of the current platforms that we have through self-paced courses like Plato and Plato Essentials. We'll also have credit recovery opportunities for students to get direct instruction in a face-to-face setting as well. Not all students do well with that self-paced online platform for credit recovery. So we want to make sure that there's opportunities for students on both platforms and opportunities to gain those credits. We'll also continue to have that support with special education paraeducators and additional paraeducators to support the English language learners students. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'm going to have Mr. Tippy go ahead and talk a little bit about our English language learners.
Thank you, Julie. And in addition to all the great actions and services that we've shared so far, we wanted to highlight some of the very specific services that will be to support our English learners. And one of the first things that we wanted to look at was really identifying on an individual basis, what are the needs of each individual EL student. So although we have many assessments, standards-based assessments that give us a good measure of how the students are performing on the standards, we use the Smarter Balanced interim assessment blocks. We use standards aligned assessments throughout the school year. But we really want to look at our diagnostics that give us much more of a deeper look into what areas the students are struggling with. So we're currently in the process of piloting the Edmonton exact path diagnostic. What's great about these assessments is different from the SBAC interim assessment blocks, for an example, that tell us that a student might be at a level 1. These diagnostic assessments will tell us exactly where in the range of level 1 the student's at, gives us all kinds of different skills that the student needs to improve on. And our designated ELD teachers can use that information to really cater the instruction on an individual level in all of their different classes. So really important for us to address the learning loss and recovery, that we identify where each student is at. This is also potentially a measure that we can use, a metric in our reclassification criteria. So something that we're focused on is really identifying the needs of each individual student. That kind of ties us into the elevation program. So thank you for approving that for us tonight. And this program will, in addition to providing EL specific data analysis tools for us to identify areas of strengths and weakness in our program, it will also allow us to create individual learning plans for each of our EL students. And what's really great about this is it allows us to approach our EL students with a team approach. So we can have all of our teachers involved, the English teacher, the math teacher, science, history, the counselor, the EL teacher leads, and we can all work together to identify those progress monitoring points throughout the school year and all of the different interventions that we're providing to our students, document those, and work as a team to support our students. Another big area that we're working on is providing integrated ELD instruction, which in kind of summary, that's the teachers providing, they're still teaching their content standards, but they're using the ELD standards to make those content standards accessible to our English learners. And that essentially means that instead of a student having one ELD teacher, they have 7 ELD teachers. So you're getting ELD instruction in science, math, history, all throughout the day. And that's very easy for us to say. Sometimes implementing that can be a challenge. And what's great about the Elevation platform is it has tons of resources within the system that makes those standards accessible to our EL students. And they're very practical things and tools that teachers can download and use in the classroom. We've talked a lot about the expansion of tutors and paraeducators, very significant for our EL students. We use the Avid tutors in our academic guidance class but we definitely have a need to expand that out so that more ELs that are struggling academically can have access to those resources. And then we talked a lot about increased credit recovery. That's definitely a high need for our EL students, so that giving them the opportunity to make up those credits is very significant and important. And then we've also allocated sections at each site for the schools to have English learner teacher leads. So these would be teachers released out of the classroom, and their main focus is to implement these student monitoring and interventions at the site level. So this could include providing professional development and PLCs in collaboration times, and also providing interventions, small group interventions for students throughout the school day, and monitoring the students throughout the year to make sure that they're improving in their language acquisition. So those are kind of just some of the highlights that are specific to ELs. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over back to Julie.
All right, we've talked a lot about academic support and interventions, but we also want to make sure that we continue to support that college and career readiness preparation for our students, especially as we see students entering into their junior and senior year, preparing for those college application processes and FAFSA applications. And so we have also dedicated some of the funding towards our LCAP Goal 2, which really focuses around college and career readiness. Next slide, please. And this is really focused around the demands that our counselors are going to have moving into next year with some of that social, emotional, and wellness support, we want to make sure that there's time for students to also get the support they need through the college and career centers that we have on our campuses. We were looking to provide a college and career center clerk at each of the sites to provide that additional support to help parents and students and staff in that process of learning about careers, colleges, financial aid, going through the application process, and getting that support that they may need if they haven't had that experience with that college application process. Also expanding our partnerships with Connect Ed for Perris High and Liberty High School. That's really focusing on our CTE pathways and those opportunities that we have set up for students at Liberty to select a pathway and be connected in that house with the same group of students focused on the same type of pathway as they go through all 4 years in high school, which we're really excited about expanding that opportunity to Perris High School as well. And then just continuing to maintain our counseling resources to ensure student support occurs in all 3 domains, and that's the academic, social, emotional, and that college and career readiness support as they transition to their post-secondary options. Next slide, please.
This last LCAP goal talks about strengthening home community connections and partnerships. And part of the dollars, or one of the things outlined in Assembly Bill 86, something called community hubs. If you could go to the next slide, please, Emil. Community hubs are literally that, a place in the community. It's a connection with a business or a church or some place outside of the brick and mortar school building. And it's a place for family wellness and academic intervention, a place people can stay connected and to develop partnerships with these various community agencies. This is in the infancy of its development. We have to connect with partners throughout our region, and we look forward to bringing you more about this in the future. If you could go to the last slide. I want to thank the board and our constituents and our families out there for their patience. I know this was a lot of information. Believe it or not, my team has spent the last few days cutting this down, paring it down, but there's a lot of dollars for wellness and academic support, and we're doing so many things. We wanted to go another hour on this, and we kept, cutting it and cutting it. So again, it's just a wonderful opportunity. It's been a horrible year and more of COVID, but these opportunities and these dollars are a truly remarkable situation. And we can take some questions from the board at this point. But again, we want to thank you for your patience, and I want to thank this team for their passion towards serving students. Yes, Ms. Vallejo.
So I saw on one of the slides, it said that blue water is alternative to suspension. What does that mean specifically?
Great question, Ms. Vallejo. So if a student, occasionally we have misbehavior in class, right? And in the old days, we'd kind of say, you're out of here, you're suspended, go home. Instead, they have an alternative to being suspended at home, and they can go to a room and someone works on them and they say, hey, what went wrong? How could you handle it differently in the future? And they give them tips on how to correct their behavior and return to the classroom safely. So instead of sitting at home and being unproductive, they are going to be coached in the alternatives to suspension setting.
Okay, cool. I just want to say this was an amazing presentation. I loved everything about it, like wellness centers, the Museum of Tolerance idea. I think that's an amazing idea because I remember like going there when I was like 14, and I still like remember the stories there, and I still empathize with it. So everything you guys said was amazing. Like I love all the support services, the counseling. This is exactly what we need for children, especially like during this age, because they have so much that they struggle with, family issues, school stress. Like I stressed a lot when I was in high school because I didn't know what to do. This is exactly what they need and they deserve. And you guys did amazing at it. Like I'm like speechless. This is amazing. I love it.
Well, thank you, Trustee Vallejo. In particular, the Museum of Tolerance, we should highlight that idea came from our equity committee, because not only has this been a year of health and COVID, but it's also been a year of social justice and trauma in other ways. And we feel like it, focusing on tolerance cut across a lot of things beyond just the physical health, and it speaks to the mental stability of all of our students. So thank you very much for your kind words.
Love it. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Do we have any other questions from the board members or comments? Trustee Stafford, please. I don't know if it's just me, Trustee Stafford, but I cannot hear you.
I'm not hearing him.
Okay.
We still are having a little trouble, sir, hearing you. I'm so sorry.
To see Joe a while.
There you go. Now we can hear you, sir. Oh, no.
Mr. Stubbard, you might want to unplug your headset and plug it back in, or just, it might be the headset's not quite seated, because when you bumped it, we seemed to hear you for a bit.
It could be this little thing, that little button you have to push on this thing sometimes, Tony.
Yeah, I think,
Well,
yep.
Trouble today when we were talking.
There you are. You had it. You pushed it again.
Okay, how about now?
You're perfect.
We've got
okay. Still good? Okay. Well, I was really interested in the wellness centers and how the kids were going to get there and be referred there, and their comfort level. It's going to, you kind of described it's going to be on two levels. There'll be kids at home that'll be using the services. There'll be the kids at school. But my concern for the students is you don't want them to come back scared. And I think you've really addressed that, where there are places to go immediately rather than having to harbor feelings all day and struggle, then go home and confront a whole different environment there. So it's really outstanding, what you're going to do here. The ELD teacher leads, I didn't quite get that. Is that like a roving teacher or a teacher that's going to intervene?
No, sir. Those will be release periods for teachers to focus. Not a whole day release.
Okay.
They will be release periods where teachers may have one less class or two less classes to go out and specifically help students with their individual learning plan.
Okay. And what's the length of your program going to be? Do you feel it's going to be able to stretch a couple of years, or the funds will exhaust after a year?
It's a great question. We have several funding sources, and Ms. Raines can jump in here if because they're so vast and she's so good with managing our dollars well. But we have AB 86 funds. We will then have DEERS money and ESSER money. And so this is really, I thank you for that question, because this initial proposals for ELO, and it will get us through a year, but then we're really presenting you kind of a 2 or 3 year plan. We're hoping to keep these services in place for the next 2 or 3 years. And unfortunately, that's when those temporary dollars do run out.
Yes.
And, but by that time, hopefully students will have recovered from the trauma of the previous year. So the good news is it lasts for a while, but the bad news is it is short-term money.
Okay. Yeah. Also, it seems as though the school is going to be quite busy weekends, pretty much running 6 days a week there, minus if we have any churches or not, but there's going to be help available all the time. And that you spoke of the outside connection that they need. And I was trying to run through my head, how did we do it in the past, and didn't quite come up with the answer other than the civic center or the gym or something like that. But I'm sure you'll work that part out. So very good. Thank you very much, all of you. That's just a really good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions or things we could answer for any of our board members? No?
No, we don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Ralph.
Then I will turn it over to you, President Raux. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I
Okay.
just want to add thank you to Mr. Rolf, Ms. Cyril, and Dr. Garcia for the excellent presentation and the plan that you have developed to address the needs of our students. So I feel that we are prepared, we are ready for this coming year. It's an excellent plan. And like every plan, right? A wonderful plan. The most important thing is the implementation and the ongoing monitoring of the implementation, focusing on the results. So we are really excited. I'm really excited looking at the results. And I know that next year we are going to be seeing it's a great combination, the social emotional support with the academic perspective. Really glad that through Elevation also how one of the Mr. Tipi was mentioning, we are focusing on supporting the students during the reclassification process, right? And supporting them academically. So we are looking forward to those results. As you know, Mr. Rolf, you have been doing an outstanding job presenting the data and the comparison data, right? Because the most important thing at the end of the day are the results and how these translate into a positive effect with our students. And we are confident that we are going to be seeing this this coming year. So thank you very much to everybody for the wonderful job. Okay, so we have the motion and the second, we have the presentation. This is item 13.12. If there are no other comments or questions, we are going to proceed to vote. Hearing none. Okay, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
You're muted again, Tony.
Sorry, aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was 5-0. The next item is also an action item, 13.13, Building and Grounds. Awards of bids to the lowest responsive and responsible bidders for 15 categories for the Heritage High School and Paloma Valley High School aquatic facilities projects, funded through various facilities funds in the amount of $19,836,245, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson and Trustee Dr. Freeman. Are there any questions or comments regarding this action item? Okay. We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was the vote was 5-0. 13.4 is also an action item related to building and grounds. Consulting services master agreement with Fred Good and Associates, LLC for facilities consulting services funded through various facilities funds at a total cost not to exceed $125,000 at $210 per hour, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman, second.
Second.
Trustee Stafford, are there any questions or comments regarding this master agreement? Okay, hearing none.
Just comments. Fred has done such a fantastic job with all the efforts to get us to this point and really is looking toward the future. And I just want to thank him for all his help and the great work he does. It's behind the scenes. You don't see it a lot, but it is essential. And he has really done great for our district. So thank you, Fred.
Dito, thank you, Fred. Excellent. Any other comment or questions? No? Okay, Trustee, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
Trustee Arauz, aye. And upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was 5-0. 13.15, Building and Grounds, Cooperative Agreement between the County of Riverside, Midland 03, LLC, Brookfield Residential, Beezer Homes, Southern California, Institutional Housing Partners, IHP, DBA Global Investment Pool, LLC, City of Menifee and Perris Junior High School District for roadway and signal improvements at the intersection of Leon Road and Scott Road, Revenue. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford
Second.
and Trustee Vallejo. Are there any questions or comments from our trustees or members? Trustee Stafford?
Just one comment. I see Hector there. I'm hoping this will really keep the area safe for us, and we don't have a 90-mile-an-hour speedway past the high school there, because there are no other stopping options for Leon, other than what is that Scott Road, and then the other end is pretty much some farmland and things. So safety wise, I think this is very important. So I just want you to know that.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford.
Question really fast.
And then Dr. Freeman. Go ahead,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Thank you. So essentially, this has already been budgeted for the Liberty project, correct? This is essentially
but the county has developers in that area also on the hook as they have us, and they're contributing their fair share to that.
Okay.
To that project.
Thank you.
Excellent question, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Dr. Freeman?
Yes, as the one who lives closest to it, I appreciate what is going to be done to help make that area safe. We're going to be having many homes built around that high school, and the traffic is just going to be that much more congested. So, as Tony said, I really appreciate the promptness on this. I'm just glad that I live on the other side of the hill.
Thank you, sir. Any other comment? Trustee Vallejo, do you have any comments or questions? No? Okay. Hector, I have a question. I'm concerned. You had the other board members had mentioned about the safety for students coming to Liberty, right? Can you briefly explain what are those improvements and how we are protecting our students? I see signal improvements, so I'm imagining the traffic signal, right? Traffic light. But what else is there to ensure the safety of our students? Because this is of utmost importance. The safety. We want our students to get to Liberty High School safe.
So currently at Scott and Leon, there's a stop sign. The stop sign will be replaced with traffic signals, which are going to time traffic and make a little bit safer there at the intersection of Scott and Leon. Another thing that we're doing as part of the county's approval of our plans is putting traffic signals in front of the school at the entrances, at the entrance, at the exit to our parking lots. We're getting a traffic signal at Wickard, which is a school right adjacent to the school. Wickard now will go all the way through on the side of the school, so there'll be another access point to the campus. It won't be just on Leon. Parents will be able to drive down Wickard from El Centro, from the other side of the school. They'll be able to drive to the campus and drop their students off. So we won't have, that single pathway to get to the school. We're gonna have multiple points where they can drive in. Another thing that's going on right now is over on the developer is also improving the street. Is that Holland, Fred?
Garbani.
The developer is also improving Garbani as part of their conditions of approval. They're improving that side street that gets to the school. They're flattening it out. They're getting rid of a kind of a hill that crests that where makes traffic a little bit difficult to see. So they're making that street safer. So at some point when we open the school, we'll have multiple points of entry to the school. And on top of that, we're restriping. They're changing the speed limit in front of the school. And so all that will just combine to have a better traffic flow, safer environment for dropping kids off and picking them up at the end of the day.
Thank you, Hector. One thing that I noticed when I have a couple of times that I have been at Liberty High School since the beginning is I noticed that there is not a lot of construction, right, in some of that area. It's my understanding that might change because we have some construction companies that are going to be there. But in the meantime, our students, it is my understanding that transportation services that we provide, it is our policy that we provide services only if they are 5 miles or more, right? 5 miles, it is a long distance in terms of walking our students by themselves, and there is nothing there, right? If there is just land. I'm concerned about the safety of our students. In the meantime, we have constructions and all of that. There have been cases in another high schools that situations have happened in their way to from school to home or from home to school. And I understand that this is a difficult situation to guarantee everybody's safety, right? But at least if we can foresee that if there is nothing there, there is not a lot of construction or something, and our students are walking by themselves. Is there a way that we can consider at least during the time that we have more construction and more people living there in the area that can help our students if something happens? We have the situation that just happened with a student in Menifee school district. We learned about that situation of people approaching students in a vehicle and things like that. So if we get this situation, I'm concerned about that. What can you tell me? What can you tell us about that? In probably not going. I know that more than 5 miles, we provide the transportation services, and we might have some stops. What about if it's less in their way back? Can we provide that transportation services to our students to ensure their safety? What do you think about this situation that is kind of on the open at this time? I would like to get your input, and later on we can discuss in more detail, but I just wanted to plant the seed in terms of this concern that exists for the safety of our students walking by 5 miles in the morning and 5 miles in the afternoon. And just being aware that a lot of our parents, they work and they leave early for their work, and they are not able to take the students to school. So the students need to walk. Uh, I don't know, I know that you might not be prepared to talk about this, but if that is something, I know we are going to have an item later on for topics for the next board meeting. But once again, I wanted to plant the seed. If you can make any comments right now in terms of that, or address it as a specific item next time, because this really is concerning for the safety.
So yeah, I'm gonna talk a little bit about development in the area. That you're right, there is a lot of construction that's coming down the road. It's not there yet. Behind our school, that one of the developers that is part of this agreement that that the board will hopefully approve tonight is building houses out there. If you've been by there, it looks like they got their model homes up there. It looks like they're popping up a home a week, and I know there's a very strong market, so they're going to be selling those homes, and there are sidewalks and infrastructure that gets put in anytime there's development in the area. As far as busing goes, I'm going to defer to Ms. Rains to talk about busing. But you know, as development comes in, there is infrastructure that goes in. But you're right, that is farther down the road.
And Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Rains.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, and so the way that it'll work at Liberty, and certainly we can, as you mentioned in your comments toward the end about additional items, we can go more in depth as it relates to this. So as you pointed out, our current transportation policy is at 5 miles. Practically speaking, Liberty High School will be a no busing school just because of the distance of the boundaries around Liberty, and there's only one small area that is outside of the 5 mile area. So certainly that's something the board can discuss and consider, a policy change to it, and then of course the corresponding cost, to that. But I don't think that's anything beyond what either Hector or I have said we would be prepared to talk about tonight. Nor do I recognize that you're asking us to go much beyond.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms. Rains. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and we are going to talk about it as a recommendation as a next item for the next meeting. Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? No? Okay, so we have the first motion and the second one. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.16, business ratification of revision to the Perris Union High School District COVID-19 safety plan, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Do we have questions, comments, or a presentation, Mr. Bennett?
There's no presentation.
No, because it's ratification, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, we are going to move to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.17, business, amendment number 1 to the marketing and design contract with Inspire Social for marketing, communication, and graphic design services, funded through local control accountability plan supplemental and concentration funds in the amount of $96,000, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Freeman, second.
Second. Go ahead, Dave.
Trustee Nelson?
Sure.
Okay, Trustee Nelson, second. Are there any comments or questions? Okay. We are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.18, business multi-year agreement with Heartland Payment Systems, LLC for point of sale and management software system for nutrition services. Funded through nutrition services in the amount of $29,443, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson
Second.
and Trustee Stafford. Any questions or comments? No, hearing none. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 14.1, these are information items. Business revolving cash report for the month of April 2021. And 14.2, for policies, philosophy, goals, objectives, and comprehensive plans. Series 000. The next item is closed session if necessary. I mentioned to Mr. Bennett about the report that I need to provide to our board members in closed session, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So at this time, we are going to go to closed session. Do we need to vote on this?
Yes, I think you still need a motion and a second because it's an action item.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to go to closed session?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Stafford, we have the second, and we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. I don't think we are going to vote. Oh, yeah, we are going to vote electronically. You can vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0, and we go into closed session at 7:53 p.m. Thank you, sir. At this time, we reconvene in public session at 8:11 p.m. And our next item, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Grant Bennett.
The only thing I have is there any information that the board would like brought to the next board meeting so we can research that and make sure we have the information you're looking for?
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other items by the Board of Trustees? Trustee Vallejo?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for everyone presenting, especially the expanded learning opportunity plan. That was a great presentation, and even though it was long, I wanted it to be longer, to be honest, because it was like it had so much information. So I really like that presentation. Also to the staff and the students that were recognized earlier today, congratulations again. That is amazing. Also, if you haven't been vaccinated, please get vaccinated. Even if you are vaccinated and you think you may have some symptoms, go get tested. That's also very important as well. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Freeman?
I have nothing at this time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson?
I also have nothing at this time, and I'd like to answer Mr. Bennett's question. I do not have anything that I need brought up for next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Okay. Trustee Stafford?
Nothing for me. It's a very good meeting, and as Dave said, we've got a couple more. So that's, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. And just to formalize, Mr. Bennett, the topic, I don't know if it's necessary, was what the comments that we did in the last item sufficed. The analysis of transportation and safety, go in more depth for our students at Liberty High School. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Make it as an item. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, the next item is an action item to adjourn the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District. Remember, we have a couple of more meetings after this one. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson?
Second.
Trustee Stafford, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. And this regular board meeting is adjourned at 8:14 p.m.
So now we'll stay in this Google Meet, but we have to go into the other board meeting in electronic school board.
Okay, so we go to the IC board and we switch to the community facilities 91-1, right?
Yes,
The
sir.
first one? Okay, very good. And you join the meeting?
We don't have to join this.
We get to,
Oh, you do?
yeah,
Oh.
we get to join, yeah. You go to the IC board, click on that one, on the 91-1, and then join them.
Join meeting. Okay.
Let me know, Señorita Fessler, when everybody is in.
Just waiting on Dr. Freeman.
Okay.
Am I in now?
Yes, what's that?
Thank you, Dr. Freeman, and thank you, Señorita Fessler. At this time, I am going to call the Community Facilities District 91-1 meeting to order at 8:15 p.m. I am going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Freeman?
Here.
Trustee Nelson?
Here.
Trustee Stafford?
Here.
And Trustee Arauz here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. Invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Do we have any public comments, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments, Dr. Reyes.
Thank you, sir. We go to the next item. 4.1 is an action item, general functions, minutes of the Perris Junior High School District Legislative Body of the Community Facilities District number 91-1 special board meeting on May 20, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman. Are there any questions or comments on the minutes? No? Okay. So we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Action item 4.2, building and grounds, resolution number 20, 2021, resolution of the Perris Union High School District, Community Facilities District number 91-1, establishing an annual special tax for fiscal year 21-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And Trustee Dr. Freeman. Are there any questions or comments? No? Okay. I would like to ask, and probably Ms. Raines, this question is for you. Can you share with us a brief explanation of this? Are we establishing a new tax? And if it's yes, how much? And why is that for? And how that is going to affect our constituents?
Awesome. Well, let me try to give a short summary, and then if not, I have our special tax administrator, Doug Floyd from Koppel and Gruber here. But this is something that we do annually. It is not a new tax, but we are required to have the board adopt a resolution for us to send to the county so that the taxes from our two CFDs, this one being 91-1 in Perris, and then the next board meeting that we'll do as you being a legislative body for 92-1. And so again, this is just something we have to do annually so that we can tell the tax collector how much to collect. And I think if you have more questions, Doug could probably give a much longer explanation, but maybe that suffices.
Yeah, no, I understand that it is an annual. How much? Basically, we are just kind of reaffirming to continue, right? And you said we determine how much. How much is this year that we are going to be charging? And how much was last year? I'm just trying to establish any implications for our constituents as taxpayers.
I'm gonna let you take those details, Doug.
Sure. Good morning or good evening, board members. Thank you, Candace. So the taxes and the methodology for applying the taxes was actually voted on by the voters at the time that these community facilities districts were formed. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. These districts were formed in the early 1990s. And the taxes are allowed to adjust by a 2% escalator each year. That was written in the terms of the CFD agreements. This year, the combined taxes between the 91-1 CFD and the 92-1 CFD will generate about $6 million for the district. Most of those tax revenues are actually required in order to pay or repay debt that was issued by the district to pay for school facilities. Did you have any additional questions that I answered?
Yeah, when you said for school facilities, what is the relationship of that with the bonds? We are paying already the school facilities with the bonds, right? With the bond measures that were approved. Is that on top of the bond measure?
Well, no, the community facilities districts issued their own community facilities district debt. That is separate debt apart from your general obligation bonds. And so these taxes specifically repay those community facilities district bonds. And the board and the district has also pledged to repay the certificates of participation with these tax revenues as well.
Okay, you mentioned community facilities bond. When was the last one that it was approved for the community facilities? Because in my mind, I just have the ones, the last three that we have since I have been living in Perris since 1998, right? That's what I remember. What is the last one that we are still paying?
The last bond series was issued in 2015, and it was around $42 million.
Dr. Rao, are you talking about the CFD bonds, or are you talking about the general obligation bonds?
I'm just talking to the measures that we approved, the ones that we have been campaigning and supporting, and so is this different? Is that an extra one for the one that the voters approved, have been approving the rates?
So let me just make sure we have this clarification. So we have the general obligation ones. The most recent one was Measure W in 2018, and prior to that, Measure T in 2012. That's separate from the CFDs that we're talking about right now. As Doug mentioned, these were approved in this one in 1991, I believe it was.
That's correct.
Name from. And then so we have the revenue from the general obligation bonds that I talked about from 2018 and 2012. And then we also, many years ago, CFD bonds. And then as Doug mentioned in 2015, and then we did a financing in 2019 for certificates of participation where we pledge this revenue to repay that debt. So it's another funding mechanism that we have used for school facilities as well. And when these CFDs were approved, it set the tax rates. We just have to, in essence, levy them every year so that we have that revenue coming in to then pay the debt. I tried to simplify that a little bit.
Okay, I get the general idea. Probably I'm going to be setting up some more time to really understand the whole process. But what I'm really interested at this time is how this is going to be affecting the packets of my stakeholders in my area, well, at least in the whole district, right? How much, if briefly, how much per, I don't know if it's per 100,000 value of the home, how much were we paying already, right? Because we know how much we pay in our mortgages in taxes every year. How much we were paying for these taxes last year, and how much is going to be this year if we approve this tax, special tax? What is the increment? So just to have an idea, how much am I expecting to pay this coming year, and when is going to be effective? Is that going to be effective fiscal year, July 1st, or in January?
Yeah, so we enroll the taxes with the county in August for placement on the tax bills that'll be sent out to property owners in the September-October timeframe. So this will really affect the 2021-22 fiscal year taxes. I'll just speak to the larger CFD, which is the 92-1 that covers approximately 23,000 parcels that are intended to be levied this year. The tax rate for a single family home is, if this is approved, will be $316 per household, which is a 2% increase from the approximate $310 or $311 that was levied last year per household.
Okay, so technically, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand, right? The answer to my question is $6 more per month or per year. Let's say whatever my mortgage payment was, $2,100. Next year, this in September or November, I'm going to be paying $2,106. Is $6 just the increase that we are approving?
Yeah, it's a $6 increase from last year, from the last fiscal year, and so the total amount for a single family household in 92-1 will be $316. That's for the entire year.
For the year. Okay, so it would be $6 a year. We're talking about 50 cents per month on a monthly payment. Okay.
Roughly, yes.
For our constituents. Okay, thank you very much for explaining this. There was something important to me and for my constituents. Okay. Are there any other questions? I'm sorry, one last question. Is this for both of them, 91-1 and 91? I'm sorry.
So the one resolution right now, hear an echo. I'm sorry for 91.1. What Doug was talking about was just an example from 92.1. In both of the resolutions, there's an appendix because each of them are structured a little bit different. So 92.1 as an example, Doug gave the example of $316. There's other parcels that are taxed less at $24 as an example. But just kind of the majority of the homes, it was his example, but you can kind of see that breakdown.
Okay.
We're interested in learning more about that.
So if I'm understanding correctly, Ms. Rains, 92.1, it applies, that is a tax levy to some residents, and 92.1 to another one, different.
Correct.
That is
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, Doug. They're in
Oh, no,
different.
that's correct. I'm just verifying.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So the worst case scenario is the 50 cents a month, or the highest one could be.
For the 92-1. Yeah.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so if any other comments in terms of the 92.1.
91.1.
91.1. No, okay. Then we are going to proceed to vote. That was action item 4.2, establishing an annual tax, special tax for fiscal year 21-22. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. And the next item is an action item to adjourn the Perris Union High School District Legislative Body of the Community Facilities District, number 91-1, meeting of May 19, 2021. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford?
Second.
Trustee Nelson? Okay. Now we are going to vote to adjourn. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was 5-0. And this meeting is adjourned at 8:28 p.m. Okay, we are going to go to the IC board. We click on Facilities Communities 92.1. We join the meeting. And at this time, I'm going to call the Community Facilities District 92-1 meeting to order at 8:29 p.m. And I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Freeman?
Here.
Trustee Nelson?
Present.
Trustee Stafford?
Here.
And Trustee Arauz here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. An invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Do we have any public comments, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. The next item, 4.1, general functions. Minutes of the Perris Union High School District Legislative Body of the Community Facilities District number 92-1, special board meeting of May 20, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Trustee Freeman and Trustee Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments or questions about the minutes? No? All right. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item, action item, Building and Grounds, Resolution number 21, 2021, Resolution of the Perris Union High School District, Community Facilities District 92-1, establishing annual special tax for 21-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
trustee Dr. Freeman, is second. Thank you, Doug and Ms. Rains, for explaining already about 92-1. Are there any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
trustee Freeman,
Aye.
trustee Nelson,
Aye.
trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and trustee Arauz, aye. Let's vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item is action item to adjourn the Perris Union High School District legislative body of the Community Facilities District 92-1 meeting of May 19, 2021. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Trustee Dr. Freeman and trustee Nelson. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
trustee Freeman,
Aye.
trustee Nelson,
Aye.
trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and trustee Arauz, aye. And upon a roll call vote being taken electronically, the vote was 5-0. And this meeting is adjourned at 8:32 p.m.
Are there any other meetings?
That's